Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第236天。It is day 236. We got 6 things to go over. Yesterday was a bit of a midday, very mid. I was a bit tired. The ones that we missed, kind of very disappointing too. I think that's the general feeling at this point. Missing characters typically feel quite negative, right? Not that it will impact my overall emotional output, but in the moment, quite negative. Vocabulary, I think that's a little bit of a toss-up. I think vocabulary is the bridge to sentences and paragraphs, and you fill them out when you have a basis for its context. It's a great way to direct your line of thinking, right? So vocabulary is pretty okay. That's usually business as usual. Our first one was yen. Yen looks like ting, so that can be a little bit gnarly. I'm not satisfied with the way I write this character. I feel like they show it at an angle, but I'm not sure if it's pointer. I'll have to look into it at some point. Okay, along. Tie. Riches. Hey. Distribute. I kind of psyched myself out yesterday on pay. Fun. Sorts. Two vocabulary words. 生景. Apply. And 线条 降 no 降 no 线条 IOU, or a lax slip, lacking fun slip. There, Mika. Hello again. All right, so let's get into our lessons.
疯狂
Crazy. Today your roommate offered you food? Aw, what did you eat today? Oh, Mika, that sounds amazing. I have a soft spot for mapo tofu. When it comes to that region. 这场，这场，这场派对真疯狂。
这场派对真疯狂。
This party is really crazy.
疯狂。
They were peeling an orange and offered some, and they held the door open for a while when you were grabbing some bags. You've been fairly convinced it's going okay now. Awesome. Holding doors. That's interesting. Holding doors is I'm often curious, like if you're in the Hong Kong region, right? If you were, say, you were residing in Hong Kong, I feel like holding doors translates as a norm, but whenever I'm like with someone else, that holding doors is a very interesting perspective. I'm kind of curious what your Korean friend thinks about the holding door thing. Hong Kong has a, or Hong Kong area has a very British influence, and so that kind of translates into those normatives, but Koreans do not. The UK has a massive holding door open culture, to be fair, but what surprised me was them waiting for a while for you. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so that's a bit of a mix, right? Like in the United States, holding door policy is like a social, it's not even a like a it's a taboo not to do it. So, but the waiting thing does happen though. So like they don't hold the door, but they do wait. It's at least from my experience. Although there are places, it's unusual in the US. Oh no, I'm talking about the Eastern. You typically wait. You do a lot of waiting. This is not it's uncommon in the US. At least in my opinion. Because holding the door excuses the waiting. Or holding doors make the waiting part of the process. But I feel, I don't know if this is true or not, but there's this element where, like, despite not holding doors, right? Despite not holding doors, when you enter and then they look back and they don't see anything, there would be a wait, But the idea is that you give the person the ability to open the door for themselves. So it's kind of like, I don't even want to say, like, it's hard to negotiate, but something about holding door can be interpreted as, well, you can't open your own door kind of situation, or someone is taking a burden from you, but it's your burden to bear kind of situation. So that's kind of the thing on that weird holding door thing. Oh, there, pro call. Oh, speaking of someone from UK, I know someone, pro call, who's over on Twitch, by the way, Mika. They are from the UK, and they probably have something about holding doors too. You even hold it for strangers behind us for a few seconds? Yeah. That's that's UK and Americanized culture for you. Like here, like if you're in a very special event, there are strangers who decide to hold doors for entire crowds. Like holding door is an individualistic catharsis, act of catharsis. At least in my opinion. Like, I think the majority of people get a bit of catharsis from holding doors in the Western world. In my obviously, again, in my opinion. On the Eastern front, it creates a burden shuffling. So like you're shuffling the burden. So you're taking agency from someone or you're redistributing agency. So that can create a mixed communication. Like, it's not because it's considered bad or awkward or something. It's more like it becomes unclear what the intent is. While I feel like in this case, it's like a role reversal, where I would say something like in Japan, it's very strict in a sense, like, okay, this is very clear, the intent. But in this particular case, instead of looking at it as a choice, it's not necessarily a choice, and it still exudes a similar effect at the end. Like, people are expected to hold doors, and then when they hold doors, they find ways to rationalize why they hold doors, and it becomes a lot more universally consistent, which is a great way to try to empathize with why there are certain rules and decorum in an Eastern culture. Imagine that is the social norm. So now when you think of, like, I use the door holding thing quite a lot. Like, if you tell yourself, oh, I'm holding doors because for all these reasons, we all accept this stuff, and then, like, for this many reasons, it makes me feel good, I'm doing decorum, I'm upholding like the traditions. If that opinion stays, right, if you capture that opinion and that feeling, whatever you have, rationale, and then instead of applying it as a choice, you apply it as a tradition, I feel that is a really wonderful way to grab the sentimentality of, at least in my opinion, what Eastern culture kind of lean towards. So when someone says, like, oh, I don't want to go walk in the morning, well, you have to remind yourself, most people walk in the morning, so you do it because you're part of the whole. Kind of like when you're holding a door, well, most people hold doors, so you hold the door because you're upholding your communal responsibilities to your traditionalism. And that's kind of I use door holding because it seems less touchy. Then you can get into like deeper contexts about like sharing space. Sharing space is not demarcated in my opinion in when you get west to east. Demarcating your space is negotiated differently. So what I mean by that is, oh, I'll do my dishes, you'll do your dishes. It's we'll do our dishes. That is the decorum. So if you have the time, the effort, the ability, any extra goes in doing our dishes. And that's where it gets a little interesting when you spend time with roommates, since we've been talking about roommates. It's such a deep conversation about doors. It goes quite deep because for myself anyways, because I tend to use relatable happenstance as a springboard to talk about cultural interactions, like multicultural interactions. Otherwise, they wouldn't be relatable, right? If you take like really nuanced cases, like say, how do people pass the plate and organize the seating in Eastern and Western cultures, so like generalizing a little bit, those things are so unique to their specific context that it can become unrelatable. However, we all walk through doors, and most of us walk through doors in groups, alone. Some people choose to walk. So those things occur a lot. Like, for example, I don't know if you, since you're with Chinese, right, with Hong Kong and Cantonese speakers, think about round tables versus rectangular tables or square tables and how the seating arrangement happens. I don't think those things like are ever expressed, but they are internalized, and they're internalized by habit. So you end up getting corralled into a habit formation. When I go with my family, like attend with my a family function or something, most of the places we visit are somewhat of Chinese nature, right? And they have round tables. And those round tables, despite being circular, there's an arrangement to them. And the arrangement is habit forming. Like, you don't, oftentimes people don't talk about what's happening, but you can observe how consistent it is in the seating arrangement. And when I walk into like my friend's house, they're multi-generational white Americans. They would consider themselves white Americans. When we sit at the table, it has a very specific ritual that you go through when you're sitting at a table, and they're typically rectangular. There's a rectangular arrangement. Now, there might be circular tables, but they arrange their thing as the process, like there's a hierarchy to it, at least consistently the way I see it. So certain people sit across certain people, and certain people sit at specific ends, and I think that's really cool. Now, you don't have to observe any of these things. Oftentimes, after you do it habitually enough, they have when you observe it, they have a very distinct selective preference, even in seating arrangements. And we're talking about group situations, of course, and then in a formal environment, not necessarily personal environment, because personal environment that's the game changer for like any culture. Intimacy and personable like relations, that is willy-nilly. We are not talking about rules or standardizations in that regards. The round versus rectangular table situation is interesting, but never really spoken about. You feel it really is. And you know what's I think it's so never spoken about that I commonly find it that both, at least cross-culturally, there's passive aggressiveness in it. It's so interesting. Like, things that are not spoken will inherently, and I feel like it's a human condition thing. Things that are inherently not spoken or kept never spoken, despite having decorums and rules and whatnot, they tend to then logically follow a passive aggressive way of communicating. And passive aggressive isn't necessarily negative in the sense of a culture that is entirely like substantially subtextual, because you have to be passive agreeable and passive direct. So to be passive aggressive is the way to communicate a direct confrontation by default, not a direct confrontation. A direct confrontation is the extreme case. And then in a direct culture, right, we would be compelled to be the opposite most of the time. However, if they choose to have a thing that is completely subtextual, then passive aggressiveness is the default to addressing the confrontation. And seating is a very interesting one, because it's done, in my opinion, over my lifetime. Again, this is anecdotal, so I'm projecting. Seating, at least the cultures that I've been interacting with, have been largely passive aggressive. Like, since it's not spoken. Like, for example, in an individualistic household, there would be a preferred seating. So the choice is determined by the frequency of the person's preference and their hierarchy of influence in the household. So like when you sit in someone's couch, they're like, oh, I don't think you should sit there. That's where so-and-so prefer to sit. It's like, this is where the guest sits, right? And it's not because the reflection is that this is designated for the guest, but more for the idea that the person who is sitting in a particular seat is already occupied by their choice. In the Eastern culture, is more like when person walks in, they know where they're seating, because it's unanimous. It's often unanimous that there's an expectation of where the seat is. The guest sits there because it is designated for them, and not because other people have choices of seat. It's the order in which the seating happens. So oftentimes when we get hosted, all the guests will already know where they're seated pretty much most of the time. And I've walked into a household before where there was a French person. It's a mixed couple, French and Chinese, and it's interesting to see which one takes place. And a table could be like split right down the middle, where you have the head of household sitting at the table's end versus the guests sitting at the other table's end. And then when they're going across, it's by order of seniority, like age kind of thing, accessible age kind of thing. And then the other one is by relational choice. So like on the one hand, you're arranged so that you can have conversation with the person you choose to want to sit next to, versus this is the order of things. I've legitimately been in a household where the table is split in half. And the weird thing is I typically end up sitting in like the middle, where it's like the bridge between the left and the right table, because it's hard to negotiate what happens in the middle. You just like the seat closest to the way out on rectangular tables? Okay, but usually the people at either end are more important. Yes, whether that be age or role in the family or anything else. Yes, exactly. I think that's what my parents and I operate when we go into someone's household in the United States. As long as the household is not entirely Chinese. However, it ends up being like that too. So that kind of generality is convergence. People important is at the end of the table, right? Or at ends if it's a rectangular table, right? In some family houses, the end is filled no matter what, and in others, it's only filled if there would otherwise be someone with nobody opposite to them. Yes. I do analyses of most things. The underlying motivation is to analyze human behavior, right? Maybe this is a confession of some sort, but over my life, right, you could make an argument like, oh, I'm very different, I have problems with this, and I have compulsions, right, much like most human beings. However, my compulsions are of a nature that I feel whatever I do addresses that compulsion. So one of the compulsions is, some people always say, well, you're an introvert, right? Like someone would claim, I'm an introvert and I can't keep my task focused and I get social anxiety and I'm worried about what would happen if I behave a certain way. And that's often the type of message that's very relatable now in social situations. The way I speak about people and behavior and stuff now, without maybe like being socially anxious or something, the way I compensate or, you know, cope or improve, however you want to talk about it, is through the analyses of human behavior. So no, oftentimes people would say, well, you don't have a problem. It doesn't seem like you have a social problem. It's like, well, yes, but you didn't know I had a problem because I worked on it, right? And the way I address it is typically do that. I do analyses in social situations. So I observe and listen. I typically observe most of the time and then try to do it that way. So in a way, to me, the way I want to, the TLDR is my analyses of tables is really because my analyses of people's behavior allows me to not be socially anxious and compulsorily fixated or being preoccupied with things when you need to be socially functional in a environment. And most of these observations come from those things. And then I turned that into a hobby. So if I'm already doing it, when life gives you lemons, which is a funny thing to say, more on that a little bit. If life gives you lemons, I'll most definitely make lemonade. Which I'll give you a little side note. This is sort of tangentially related to if life gives you lemons. I saw this really funny skit, this short skit by a comedian who said that they made the observation that lemons is a GMO. Lemons are a GMO, which not in the colloquial sense. The colloquial sense for GMO is like there's some genetic editing, right? But prior to genetic editing, there's selective breeding. So lemon was actually a crossbreed. It's a selective breeding between two pre-existing fruits, and I don't remember which one they are. I think it was like a citron and something else. So this comedian said, like, you know what? Life doesn't give you lemons. We created the lemons. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's to me, I think that's hilarious because it's dark humor where the whole saying is if life gives you lemons, as in it's out of your control, and or at least the current usage of life gives you lemons is you don't have control over when life gives you lemons. So you make the best of it, right? But the funny thing is, the reality is, we made the lemons. Like humans made the lemons. So what is that saying about humanity? Did we make the problem of which we solve? And to me, that is absolutely gorgeously hilarious, because that is so cynical and be so aware of the human condition that oftentimes life doesn't give you lemons. Humans make lemons, and then they make lemonade because they made the problems themselves. And I don't think the comedian went that deep into it, but I love when comedians do that. I don't even know who the comedian is. I saw the skit and I saw the original audio, so I clicked on it out of curiosity. That's so good. And I say life gives you lemons a lot because I think I'm not even sure where the idiom comes from. American Albert Hubert, 1915. In an obituary for actor Marshall Pinckney Wilder. I have no idea where idioms come from, but I'm getting a little bit more aware of where idioms come from because I've been spending most of my time language learning. Did you see anything of the meeting between Xi Jinping, Poon, and Kim Jong-un? No, I did not. Poon talked about using organ transplants to live forever. An interesting idea. That is an interesting idea. What gives... That's... It would be interesting to know what gives him the idea that is something that works. Those three names are interesting too. How did they disclose this meeting? Like I don't know how those types of meetings are even disclosed. Can you ask if you ever used shirabe jisho for Japanese learning? Quite random, but it's your personal favorite. You will take every opportunity to glaze it. Shirabe. What type of dictionary is that? Oh, wait. Is that a... Wait. Is that like an app? Oh, okay. Is it this thing? Offline dictionary and more? It's for the actual app in question. Oh, okay. And it's yeah, okay. Oh, I see. It looks great. No, I don't have an Apple product. I don't currently have an Apple product. However, if I think shirabe jisho, I guess there are equivalents. Yomitan? No, it's not Yomitan. There is a equivalent that people keep yapping at me about. I want to say it's something like Yomitan dictionary. Yeah, Yomitan. No, I don't think it's this one. But there, a Yomi. No, but there is an equivalent that people share quite a bit. The only dictionary that I use is just Jisho. I'm in front of my computer most of the time. I don't use my phone for things a lot of times. Oh, and for the record, Mika, I'm unemployed, so I don't have like a day job that takes me away from my computer. So we go to jisho.org for most things. Yeah, but it looks fantastic. It looks fantastic. I'm actually not familiar with iOS stuff. Interestingly enough, the large majority of people do not use iOS things. You more so meant for non-dictionary use. I mean, you're talking about like cross-referencing though, right? Is shirabe not for cross-referencing? Yeah, it's for cross-referencing things. So you can use like to I don't think Jisho only does that, but it is a dictionary. But like when I say Jisho, I mean I'm referring to the dictionary functionality. But I think dictionary doesn't mean it only looks up words, because there are stroke order, usage patterns, thesaurus. I mean, a Jisho is often describing also antonyms, synonyms, etymology. Yeah. Yeah, the separate websites for that. Yes. So in Jisho, jisho.org, they do all these things too. That's what I mean by cross-referencing. So I just defer to a cross-referencing website. I typically don't, actually. Most of the time, contextual learning is what I would use on my regular time. Like yesterday, I was playing P5X, like Persona 5X, and despite having English subtitles, you could use it as an exercise to hear what you say, hear what they say, figure out what you would think the English sentence is, and then read the English sentence. And then what you would do is then contextualize with the imagery, and then what you expect they would say. So oftentimes when it comes to looking at or hearing and expanding vocabulary, my thoughts often is I would create the idea of what they're going to say and then see if I hear it. And if it doesn't, then typically then I would quickly try to find where the footing is. I don't know if that's what people do a lot of times when they're learning. So hear me out. When you're talking, right? Let's say you're having a conversation. Like person A is talking to person B. So in this way. So if I am person B, right? If this is me, a lot of this would qualify me as the listener. Now, I understand that people listen a lot to learn a language, right? In fact, they hope. So a lot of people hope that when they learn, they only need to listen long enough in order to speak, right? In order to speak or write, etc. Or actually not write, just speak. Sorry. That's a little bit, it's a like dotted line. It's a little further away. For myself, a lot of times when I'm like listening for things and whatnot, I'm actually listening anticipatorily. Largely because if there's a high chance I can't say the thing, I'm ascribing my context, my expected context, to the thing they're about to say. Now, sometimes, obviously, you can be wrong, right? You can be out of... That's where the learning comes in. This way, it makes listening... you can be active in your listening. So that's where, like, the whole idea of applying CI and immersion into immersion is all about. You can also be anticipatory on top of CI, or CI into immersion. And that's like having conversations where you're the listener. You're becoming the active listener, right? And I feel like this part gets lost when you're having conversations online. Oftentimes when people ask a question, when you ask a question, you're anticipating for something, right? Now imagine doing that while you're listening. I do that most of the time. And because I do that, I feel those things like Jisho apps, right? Jisho apps are awesome for that. Because oftentimes then you have something very convenient to relate back to the Jisho apps. You have something you're looking for while you're listening. And that's kind of what my use case for those things are, like apps like those. Things like Wanikani and HanziHero, this is purely discovery, right? Or discovery process. So I have no anticipatory power here. So whatever they choose, I didn't know I was going to get crazy today. Or I sort of do, but not within a limited window. When it comes to conversation and using immersion, I do the same thing that we talked about earlier today, which is the whole thing about doors and tables. I use what my experience that I know and collectively use it to anticipate. And because I'm always anticipating and self-correcting, right? Self-correcting, which is what we talked about a little bit. Self-correcting, that is why I stay active in listening. However, I think the vast majority of internet conversation nowadays, internet conversation and listening skills are passive. They are active when they're asking a question, but they're not. But this has a different field. When you're asking a question, you're being active. There is selectively active, and promiscuous, or like let's just say broadly in selectively versus I don't have a good word for this, like synthesized active. So when you're asking a question, are you only looking for your selective answer, or are you looking for an opportunity to synthesize something new? And that is something I'm working on. This is an idea I'm currently working on, so it looks like it's a little all over the place because I haven't really organized it in my head. So there is one thing that I feel conversationalism, which is my focus, conversationalism differs, not exclusive, but differs dramatically, differs significantly from being able to speak. So being able to speak is great. It has lots of things that feed into it, that feeds into both, right? However, conversationalism requires active listening. And we're not talking about active learning. active listening can promote active learning. So like that's inputs, like the input hypotheses and CI immersion, that type of thing. But when you're able to speak, you can achieve this through passive listening. Passive listening with active learning. And that's kind of the thing that I'm trying to distinguish right now. So someone, have you ever had the one where someone would ask you a question and they would intently listen selectively to whatever they are interested in, right? And then when you reciprocate the question, when you return the question, then you can determine if they are actively listening or not. And if they are actively listening, you can determine if it's selective or integrative or synthesizing. Because generally speaking, you can tell when they are selective, they would try to either maintain their course of thinking or they would alter their course of thinking slightly. And that is one of the elements of conversationalism. I will probably bring up most of the topic we talk about today in some way multiple times as we speak. And as a low key, the TLDR is, since I'm anticipating a lot of times because I want to understand where our flow of our conversation is going to go, I'm using the information that I'm using information. So it's kind of a two birds, one stone situation. Speaking of idioms, right? Is the idea that if you tell me a bit of information, I can bring up the information in a different context, but it helps both you and me. It's twofold to get connected to the conversation, and it allows the information to settle, and that information will be able to be recalled later. So it feels like the conversation is constantly about both our ideas, but at the same time, we are ingrained, like we're having multiple exposures of that idea, and it feels like you're always kept in the loop. The conversation is always involving the people at hand. So whenever you have like a group situation, which we talked about yesterday, right? Where there's like, let's say there's 5 people or 6 people. Let me just say 6 people, right? This is your like Korean person. And then you have your 5 Hong Kong Chinese person peeps, right? The idea is if you want to loop this person in, despite only being interested in a specific topic. If we don't, obviously we're not considering language barriers, but if you want to do language barriers, it gets a little extra layer, but let's ignore the language barrier right now and say, well, how do you weave whatever this person says into the conversation that's having at hand? And that's usually what I'm doing anticipatorily. So when I talk to someone, they're asking a question, and my thought is, okay, where is this question going? And that's to me, that's also one of the ideas of living in a subtextual culture, if you will, subtextual culture. And it kind of is part of Japanese and Chinese. And the idea of this can come off as guarded a lot of times from someone who is passively listening. Like, the thing about passively listening is you're waiting for something to happen and then you're reacting to it. So my distinction between passive and active listening for this case, in terms of conversation, is the balance. Obviously, you're doing both of these. You're going between passive and active very, very dynamically throughout the course of a conversation. But passive is when you're waiting to respond. And then active listening is anticipatory. I can't spell anticipatory, but here these two, right? And then the dynamics between the two are when you decide, oh, I'm anticipating, but I'm also making sure that I don't assume things all the time, right? So this is kind of the dynamic that I feel marries someone who is excellent at conversationalism versus someone who's excellent at, say, talking. Because talking, in my opinion, is wider. It includes being a conversationalist. Or, say, a leader. Sometimes a leader is narcissistic. So they command, they are a leader of the conversation. So like a Speaker of the House would not enter conversationalism. A leader of the House would command the topic. So they would still passively listen a lot of times while actively driving the conversation. Actively and selectively drive the task, the lead of the conversation. So these are like two different things. And I think for the most part, when people are language learning, they're using the leader and narcissistic approach. This is where when they learn a lot about the language, like first time, I don't know, Japanese and Chinese language learners, they would approach conversation as a lead and respond task. So Q&A. And that to me is often the cognitive dissonance between language learning. When you're learning based on Q&As, right, or vicarious experience or parasocial relationships, it can be very difficult to enter a conversation with someone who isn't learning. So when you hit a native conversation, they are expecting a conversation. They're not expecting a Q&A. Q&A is when you lead and then respond. So it becomes more like talking to a teacher or talking to someone who can speak the language and someone who can't. And I try to encourage looking at it from a conversational standpoint. And that involves being anticipatory, knowing where the conversation is going and whatnot. And a really hard time that people have is when they think about anticipatory things. They think that they're cheating because they can't think about it in the target language. And I think that's backwards. I think that is not leveraging the strength of your experience. So one of the things I'm focusing on is how do you get people to think and anticipate in the most appropriate way that they are able to while learning a target language. So when some people say, oh, well, if you're always translating in your head, then you'll be slow. It's like, well, yes, but there's concepts that you can use that will make it overall quicker. Like, for example, if you're having a conversation about food, you can anticipatorily use your understanding of food in your English mind or culture to create and guide the output of the target language. But most people, what they do is they wait and then go and translate the stuff. So when someone says they bring up food, I'm like, okay, so I'm just going to sit here idle. They're going to sit there idle and wait to hear what they're going to say about a food. And then once they say it, they only have that much amount of time to respond. That's someone who spends a lot of time passively listening most of their lives. And it's not a bad or a good thing. When you speak a native language and you speak in a target language, you can do that very quickly. You'll do that incredible. But when you don't have that yet, analyzing behavior, understanding cultural norms can be an ease for that. It might even compensate enough. Purely not sufficient to be fluent or anything, but the idea is that's what I use most of the time when learning and conversing. I'm learning language for the act of conversing, not for the act of acquiring like mass information. On the topic language-wise, they're making more of an effort to speak a bit more English around you today. Aw, that's cool. Interesting. The only phrase that I say a lot in Cantonese, if I had to say anything in Cantonese, is 我不知道你讲乜嘢. I don't know if you've heard that. Like maybe they said it to you. Like go around and say something about the existential crises of the English Parliament with respect to Her Majesty. You just say that all of a sudden in a conversation, and they probably say, 我不知道你讲乜嘢. It's the closest thing that I have to Cantonese. It's I don't know what you're saying. Is 我不知道你说什么. But 你講乜嘢 is the what are you saying? 你講乜嘢 versus 你說什麼 is the thing that I remember from my childhood, like not, full stop. That's the back, you have to learn conversationally how to say I have no idea what you're saying. No comprendo, no entiendo mucho, right? Un poco, nada más, right? Nada más. So, learning for, I wonder how Chinese learners get used to listening for tones. Oh, that's interesting. And I can't answer that question either, unfortunately. I could try to guess how they learn tones, especially Chinese learners. I think the most traditional way, or like the rigorous formal way, is to use a notation that they become so habitually ingrained. So this is the notation in terms of Mandarin. Cantonese actually has 6 tones, but I don't know the notation, right? I don't know the notation of the Cantonese. Cantonese has a 5th tone and a 6th tone. And in Fujianese, there's a 7th tone and an 8th tone. But these are the 4 tones for Zhongwen, for Chinese, for Mandarin. And this is, I think, the stencil that most people like to use. So if you think about a tone, it's like hold a pitch, right? Like so, me, re, anything, right? Do, right? So do, 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 right? Bro, 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 bro. And that's where and there's nothing that flex out of this. So in fact, things that are more nuanced, like Japanese pitch accent, is because of its subtlety. Yeah, I use bro a lot because if you're listening to common speech now in colloquial English, I use this as a fun little joke most of the time, but it's not really a joke, it's true. If you go and listen to live streamers, especially I'm gonna say Gen Z or bottom, right? Gen Alpha to Gen Z. Colloquial English has become so condensed online that there are growing specific words that are largely context-based. And this context-based situation is, in my opinion, this is not a linguistic approach, like a expert analyses, but I find that these are concordant with each other. So in Japanese and in Chinese is very context-based, but this is a chicken or the egg situation. We're talking about coincidences right now. Chinese and Japanese are context-based by coincidence, right? But they both also have elements of tonality. In Japan, it's called pitch accent. So you're affecting the pitch. The reason why I feel like Chinese is considered tonal is because it's flexible. It's a bit more flexible in mora, which is the beat, while changing the pitch. And then if you have English, English does volume, beat, and pitch in a very specific way. Now the thing is, the mechanics that they use to leverage the context space is very different, right? Until you factor in internet English. So before, bro is pronounced with a specific stress, and then it only retains that usage. But over time, because you could even argue that it coincides with the trendiness of Chinese culture and Japanese culture online, but by coincidence, again, these are corollary happenstance. Due to the reductive nature, the condensing of English, for better or for worse, the use of case of these words have acquired the context consequences, in my opinion, of Chinese and Japanese. So especially this one is a great, wonderful example, right? The uptone. This is transferable because English still exists, like with the uptone, like new people. The ending is tone 2, new people. So when you say bro, right? Bro, you're doing tone 2. This is tone 2, no matter what. It's tone 2. And Chinese and Japanese do that already. Like ka, right? Ka. And ma. Which ma is it? I think it's... right? So this is already inherent in all three languages, right? And pretty much every other, quite a lot of language. Now, all these other ones have come into being now in English because now it's reflexively being context used. So in order to distinguish between bro and bro, like, so bro, bro doesn't really have that much of a use at the moment, so I'm not sure what that's gonna do, but bro is your question. Bro is what? And bro, really? So like these are some of the uses of the different tones. So these 4 situations are 4 different words or 4 different meanings, and that is tonality. Now it's being used differently because the English word came before, possibly. So in this way, that's why in Chinese and Japanese, they, instead of expanding on their words per se, in my opinion, this is my opinion, the use of their words, by making like longer words and whatnot, their compression, the structure that they have tends to instead utilize tonality and pitch differences to execute different words and different meanings. But in English, because English is used a lot, right, in things, English has acquired a lot of these habits. And I think among gamers, in my opinion, among gamers, which if you're a gamer and you happen to like anime, and maybe you happen to think Eastern culture is the bee's knees right now, their English, by sheer coincidence and whatnot, also adapts a lot of the behaviorisms that they hear in the other languages when they're just listening to Japanese and Chinese, whatever they're doing. What happens is their English ends up mirroring Japanese and Chinese. So over time, whether you think you're subconscious or consciously doing it, a lot of the words that, so this is behavioral analyses, right? Coincides with the language. So hear me out. I want to make this about language learning, right? I don't think people think at right now, yes, it's very hard to learn Japanese and English per se, but that doesn't hold true if you're self-selecting yourself into specific behaviors. Specific behaviors make English people capable of discerning these things. And in fact, a lot of the English words now accommodate that. So like saying dude, I used to do this, but I can't make an argument for being trendy because I grew up with a tonal language. So I grew up with tonal language. But when I use dude way back, I used dude a lot when I was as a teenager. I used dude in 3 tones every time as single words, single responses. And that's actually very Chinese, not necessarily English speaking at first. Nowadays though, it's very common. So in order to make someone interested in, say, Chinese, for example, tonal language, you can use an English example. And I disagree with people who think that there's no equivalent in English. The problem here is there's no equivalent in English because they're not exposed to it. And obviously their cohort illustrates what their English is. Like do English change syllable, like emphasis, syllabolic, I don't know, symbolic, syllabalistic English, I forgot one. Like the emphasis. Do the emphasis ever change in English? Yes, it does. But it doesn't change if you're in an English that uses a specific emphasis, right? Like, for example, I love to use this word because it's in science all the time. Development. 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 That's Indian a lot of times. Instead of development, which is here, development. And development, this is shortened, development, to get the nice development. But development, this is longer, development. There's 2 beats. 2 beats per this. And then these are 1 beat. So if you're starting to think about in Japanese, right? If you start considering Japanese as your language, you start hearing 2 beats, 1 beat, 1 beat. So, and then this is 1 beat, 2 beats, 1 1. Development. Or it could be development, but no one says development, but development. Or just 1 beat each, actually. Actually, you would probably consider this a half beat. A half beat 1 1 1. Development versus development. which is 2211. And I think learning another language helps you hear it, relatively speaking. You can't remember what you've heard it, but some people say Asian Valorant players have their own accents specific to them in English. Absolutely. I agree. Valorant is a great example. Actually, I use League of Legends a lot of times. The casters. Now, you can use other examples. There are casters for League of Legends coverage, right? Esports coverage. And esports coverage is typically done in English a lot of times. But the English is different depending on the region it is, because League of Legends has different regions. They have different region casters, and they have different audiences, like the Korean League of Legends, LCS, right? And the North American and the South American. Their English is regionally different. And it's awesome. It's cool. And the idea is when by the way, Kevin is American, the person who makes HanziHero, or develops HanziHero with his brother Phil, and they often write in their little like cues, like there's no equivalent, like here's a nyi. Nyi. I know it looks like a smiley face. I always think of it as a smiley face, but this thing, right? Nyi. The sound nyi does not exist. They would say something like it does not exist in English. Not in English. But it exists in English for me. Sometimes I say nyi. So like new. Thank you. It's subtle, but there's ways where it filters in. So occasionally you can get something like that. And then we have things like ooh versus and ooh. I don't know how, I can't write IUPAC or however you say it, so I'm just using English phonetics or English writing, like Roman characters. But the idea is like when someone says like Ecuador, right? Ecuador versus like Uganda or Uganda, or like Argentina, right? It's amazing. Some of these words or some of these names end up demonstrating how a language can gain the properties of multiple languages. And I think it's beautiful in that way, but at the same time, if you want to stick to one language, you can try to stick to one language. Like sushi, I don't say sushi too often. I say sushi most of the time. In fact, it's in my English vernacular. So like, do you want to go grab some sushi later, right? I was reading Phantom X, right, P5X stuff in English, but most of the time I transition right into like kichijoji, right? Kichijoji versus kichijoji. Kichijoji would be the English mora and emphasis, or something like Fukuoka, right? I don't know how to spell Fukuoka in English anymore. Fukuoka. That's not how you spell Fukuoka in English. Like there are times where I can't spell anymore either in English, because it's Fukuoka. Okay, Fukuoka, right? Fukuoka. You could say Fukuoka. Fukuoka is probably what I would say. Fukuoka instead of Fukuoka, right? Things like this, really, really fun. I can't tell you how fun it is to listen to people when you're learning a language. You can't remember what you let's see, and words used and they skip some parts of words or fillers. Actually, yes. In order to explain, like, hear me out, Mika. We're gonna relate it back to what you said yesterday. When you think C1, when you think B1 C1 English, right? B1 C1 English. I was alluding to this yesterday to make it relevant to language learning. The question is it B1 C1 Hong Kong? And then the other person, is it B1 C1 Korean? Because the B1 C1 thing, you can portray and you can make it feel comfortable by actually omitting words at that apparent level. So when I talk to my parents, I leave out certain words and it becomes more understandable unusually, because the context that they're providing is helping them anticipate what is being said. And it's the same for me when I speak Fuzhou. I got an example. I was looking in the fridge yesterday, right? I was looking in the fridge. So this is about being actively observant, right? Observant and listening. Oftentimes, the fridge has things, and I know that my father picked up grapes the other day, like 2 days ago, and the reason why I paid attention to grapes is because pu tao was introduced in HanziHero, coincidentally, and this is for grape, right? Pu is ascribed to grape, and tao is ascribed to grape. But in Fujonese, it's not pu tao, it's boro. Boro is the grape. But hear me out. When my mother, I didn't think of, if I didn't think of boro, I know that there are grapes in the fridge. So when she says, oh, did you see that there are something in the thing? And I'm like, abaigo. Like what I would say is like, I know what's in it. And what happens is she only had to say one word a lot of times. There was. It's like, grapes? So what happens is the whole bro situation, right? With enough context, you can anticipatory learn sentences and stuff in order to create the context. And here, this is why Japanese and Chinese become a lot of people say a quote unquote superior language. And I'm not saying it's not a superior language in their respectful opinions. It's the idea that these are very condensed languages now. They're an example, an introduction of a condensed language. And why is that condensed? They're heavily contextual. And contextual in the sense that because they're contextual, most of their behavior is subtextual as well. So whenever you're talking to someone and say, when you're speaking in B1, right? When you're speaking in B1 and C1 English to maybe someone who's Chinese, you could say something like grocery store. That's it. So you would grocery store, like 9 o'clock grocery store, instead of, oh, hey, it's 9 o'clock. Do you want to go to the grocery store? That's and it's not because you're better at English or they're weaker at English. The idea is that you're trying to converse, right? You're conversing now, and you have to meet somewhere. So sometimes I could say, oh, it's 9, grocery store, right? Or, hey, mom, 8 o'clock. Not like, mom, it's 8 o'clock. We should go, and like, it's getting late. It's more, mom, 8 o'clock. She knows it's late. So the idea is, if you're trying to converse and you're trying to make people meet the same wavelength, and you're the person that wants to get into the group, right? Doing some of this stuff with the language you already have can bridge cultural lines. It can behave like another language, but makes them feel more comfortable. So then they're more willing to exchange language and stuff. But in order to do that, you actually need to understand or be willing to understand the relationship between the two languages. So to me, when someone says, oh, this polyglot is really cool, they speak a lot of languages, and here's their method. They just forget that they learn the other language. They keep emphasizing always learning that target language. I think that's missing the point. And I don't think it's they deliberately do it. I don't think the person speaking deliberately. I think it's easier to view from a person who's trying to learn a language that there's no benefit from understanding the relationship between languages. But hear me out. The person you're talking about is not you. You are the foreigner that wants to integrate into another person, but that person is foreign to you. So the relationship has to have a bridge. And to me, that's what language learning is. For myself personally, it's always this mindset that, well, that person knows I'm going to sound broken or like maybe childish or have different preferences and different things. But the thing is, I want to be communicating to someone who is interested in that. Then you can communicate to them, and you can also get them to be interested in that. So you start by extending to it, right? And that to me is how I get conversational. Like we're putting conversation front, not scholastics front. So you can sound super formal, perfect accent, and the person will not talk to you. Because in my opinion, a lot of times what it takes to get to formal, perfect accent, like perfect speaking, is ultimately going to involve the thing, conversation, and cultural understanding. It's going to require that at some point in order for this not to be true. But there are plenty of examples now that you can have this and still not be able to do this. And that's the significance between conversationalism, like talking to someone, having a very easy time talking to someone, and yet despite being the person who speaks the language much better than the target person, they don't want to talk to you. And that's kind of where we're at on the, hey, you're back, sorry your Wi-Fi cut off and you forgot, join and sent you that message. Oh, okay. May I ask, Procall, how is, like, do they actually cover and disseminate information about the meetings of 3 world leaders? That one is kind of fairly exclusive. That's if you missed that question. Like what kind of content is revealed when you have Putin and I don't know the guy's last name's tone. I'm just gonna call him Jinping. Jinping? Jinping? Jinping. And Putin and Kim Jong-un. Like I don't really know. If you missed that part. Haven't heard people say development like that before. I almost was confused if I was hearing you say that same word. Yeah, development. I hear development a lot, so I kind of sometimes say it. Now personally, it would feel out of place saying sushi, the Japanese way in English. Sushi. I feel people would be confused or think it's odd. Yeah, sushi. I can't say it really well. So hear me out. Yesterday I had a problem saying a word. Oh, I couldn't say this. So this was one of the names. This is the alias. It's an alias of a character in P5X. And every time I see this, I couldn't say closer. I kept saying closer. Closer. Instead of closer. Oh, and I kept saying this too. I keep saying jure. Yeah, closure. Instead of closure. Instead of closer. Like, this is closer in English. But this is the consequence of Chinese. Because this combination, ue is a lot more like, there's a in here, and I couldn't say it for a while. Like, it took me a couple takes. Like, why does it? And I know that it sounds weird when I hear it in my head, but I couldn't get it for a bit. So I think to me, this stuff is kind of bound to happen. Now the question is, I feel language learners make that a negative thing, because they are selectively listening. Now the question is that a bad or a good thing? I'm not sure. To me, I think it's kind of funny and worthy of celebration, because it's cool when I'm learning a language and someone says, I don't know, crazy, crazy, like kure, so kure or kuraji. It's more like kuraji or kureji or kureishi, because kureji would be kureishi or kureji would be something close to Chinese and Japanese mixed when you're trying to pronounce this word. Kureji, right? Are you crazy? Right? Or you crazy. You crazy. And now I'm already getting to the point where, like, am I making an accent? Now you don't have to try. You can just read it in the same way. So now, from time to time, when I'm reading English words like character, like character, mnemonic, like examine, examure, like, so it's gotten to a point where when you're learning another language, it gets, and if you're tying the languages together, you kind of get this really fun thing where you start reading and looking at things differently. And I think that's cool. By the way, I'm plugging language learning because this is language learning, but sometimes I feel like in another year or two, I won't necessarily have to think about sounding with an accent, but more just reading it the way I think it is. Kure is always going to be kure. So eventually, when I think I'm going crazy, I might actually say crazy. Why do I find this really fun? You can talk to your Chinese friends about it. Mika. Like Micah? I would say Micah 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I might have pronounced your name Micah instead of Mika. Or Mika. right? Mika. I think Mika would be fine, or Micah, right? Micah would be the other thing. Why do I think learning a language could be wonderful? Is you can talk to other people about it if you understand the relationship. So if you want someone to say you're trying to overcome a language barrier, oftentimes when I think about like overcoming problems, or you think there's a problem, right? What is the nature of the problem? And how can you wield it to make it kind of fun or engaging for both parties? And my go-to is you take the thing that they're insecure about. Oftentimes, if you can, make that insecurity into something proactive. And that could be talking about the accent. Of course, this is more of a personal, like you do this in a personal space, right? Because we're not talking about formal rules. We're talking about trying to become casual with your buddies. And my first thought is I'm learning a language. So if they think my accent is funny, let's make it about my accent. And then I can tell them like, hey, I pronounce this word this way because in English, this is what it sounds like. Can you say this in your accent? And we can compare the two accents. So I could ask like, I don't know, a Chinese person, how do you pronounce this? And the reason why I picked zebra versus zebra versus zebra is because zebra is what a Chinese person would likely say. Zebra, Z as in Z, can be, I was gonna say UK-ish, but probably Aussie. And then there's zebra with the Z, right? And Americanized. And the reason I'm using these is because I'm trying to make it about UK or the British accent, which is Procol and you, probably, Mika and Procol. And then my parents would say Gebra. It's Gebra. And you would know where the G comes from. Why this is pronounced Gebra when you learn Chinese long enough. And this is cool because now you can make it about accents as opposed to laughing about it or making it insecure. It would be more of a celebration or an understanding, and being able to explain things to each other in a language specific way makes it so that this is no longer insecurity. In my opinion, it's no longer about insecurity. It's about sharing experiences. When you say zebra, my experience is zebra. So whenever I say something like, I don't know, takoyaki, right? Takoyaki, 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 takoyaki. I'm trying to think of what would English be for this. Takoyaki. Yeah, takoyaki. And so takoyaki. Right, takoyaki. So, there would be an extension of this. At least an extension of this, like in length. It might not, you don't have to stress it really heavy. But the thing is now you can compare them. Because sometimes it's fun to point out that the emphasis is on the same syllable of like this, takoyaki, And sushi is also in the same emphasis. It's the... Oh no, it's not. So sushi is this way. Sushi is this way, I think. Sushi. And then it's 1-1. Sushi. Sushi. And then sushi is 2-1. Sushi. Sushi. Right? Sushi. Right? This stuff, then if you can explain this stuff, it's no longer like right or wrong. In my opinion, it's more about why and how. And to me, this is what friends do. Or this is the human connection. You're learning about each other. You're no longer saying, oh, I do this and you do that. Us, them. It's more like, we know this about each other. And that's where it goes. I think that's how language, in my opinion, could be used. One could use language and language learning to connect with other people doing that. I'm not now this is different. I'm saying language learning. It's different from learned language. If you're learning a language to be learned, then you're expecting to speak on the same level. And I think that's an approach that is possible if you spend many years or some way going through the growing pains. There will be growing pains on relating, because you have to relate on a higher level. You have to relate on like maybe an interest level, not at the level of language learning. If you want to relate based on language learning, you got to be talking about the learning thing. And the learning process is not natural if the other party isn't learning anything, in my opinion. So if you're thinking it's a language barrier, make it about the barrier. What is the barrier? Talk about the barrier going both ways. A barrier is something that separates two people or two groups or however. So if no one addresses the barrier, there's no connection being made, or there's rarely a connection being made. You're hoping you can hop over the barrier one day and just completely negate the barrier. As in like, oh, I like being smart. Well, they like being smart. So let's just talk about smart things. But when you talk about smart things, you don't know if you're hitting the barrier or you're leaping over the barrier. The way to leap over the barrier is to not have the barrier in the first place, not a language barrier. And that's how I think a lot of people go and focus on conversing. And when they focus on conversing, they acknowledge the barriers there, but they're hoping that it's not the problem, right? Or like, it doesn't present a problem, or you don't need to address it in any way, right? That's the ideal scenario. In my opinion, not only do I not think the barrier is the problem, you can use this to your advantage. Because you have a barrier, they have a barrier. Let's talk about the barrier. If you want a more like a more direct analogy, it would be asking the gate guard, why can you not enter the gate? Like figuratively speaking. Obviously it would be very direct, like, why won't you let me in? Like, well, we don't understand why you keep speaking our language with that specific accent. It's like, oh, can I explain it to you? And then can you also explain to me why you pronounce these things this way? Then you're having a conversation at the barrier. And that You don't have to be inside or outside of the village. The gatekeeper and you are standing at the barrier, sharing XP. Then it can go either way. You can say, hey, you know, gatekeeper, why don't you just come to my village? And or the gatekeeper is like, I think we're really comfortable. Why don't you come into our village? So that, to me, is conversationalism or diplomacy or political agenda. I mean, or like political agreements or what have you. Because most of the time, when you're having debates, arguments, language barriers, multicultural conflicts, the most difficult things involve the barrier, the thing that is dissonant between the two, and that's why there are so many people who's very powerful and influential who dedicate their life to breaking down barriers or circumventing them or doing something about it. And that does involve a level of conversationalism. If you can't get a person you need to negotiate with at the table, then there's no negotiation to be had. So you could be a really great speaker, like a leader, who doesn't have to listen to anyone. You know, no listening, no negotiation, right? And we kind of, you know, without being too dark about it, we know how that kind of turns out. A lot of times, a leader that has no listening skills and no conversational skills, right? But you can still be a great speaker. Like there are momentary great leaders that do what they need to do or have to do, but it's temporary, right? Pretty neat. Sorry. I wanted to. I again, excuse me if you're going too late or something. Feel free to go off and do your thing. I like to speak for posterity's sake. All right, let's get back into our lesson, which is, I think this is our first entry.
破碎
破碎 broke and broken. 碎 yeah, broken or broken. I always like to do the joke where if I think lots of people do this skit for Chinese often. If English, they do the thing like if English had Chinese grammar or something. Really, it's if English had Chinese transliteration, or like not transliteration but translation, and this would be the great examples because there's redundancy built in. So 破碎 people do these skits where like, oh, I like love joyous of you, and I'm like, yeah, that's true, but it's still I like you. Like 喜欢 is like, and then this is like break. It's like broken. It's like, okay, but that and in the long run it's fun because in English that's how you can think about it. It's broken. What is broken? It's broken. Or like song 送给, which is send give. So I give you the gift, right? 礼物. But you can make it fun and say they really said 我 give the ceremony thing. And you know, a Chinese person, or maybe like a purist Chinese person, a purist English person was like, man, that sounds so cringy. That's like stomach growlingly bad. And my first thought is like, well, that would explain why you're purists. That would be an English person being too cringe to understand that is the bridge to Chinese. And then if you explain that to a Chinese person, they find it's cringe because it's in English. But if you tell them how the break broke becomes broken in the other direction, then they would understand saying broken is sufficient than saying 破碎. So it's kind of like just saying 破. So if they simplified something, right? Let's say 我破 like 电脑破了. They do have examples of that. 电脑破了. 破了 could mean broken, but that's probably not how they use it. It's probably 坏了. But the thing is, that's how English is doing. Like, that's how you do English. So whenever I have to explain to my parents what this means in English, I use the same retroactive way going the other way around. Like, if you have to say particular words, say here, good. And then they would say, what does is mean? Like, here is good? What does that mean? So you have to find the equivalent, right? Sure, right? Sure. Right? So these things come up faster when you're talking in multiple languages because you're learning in multiple languages. And I don't think that serves a function for most people, because their idealism is that they always operate in one language. So all the conversational skills and like the patience, the emotional stress and the anxiety, they come stemming from an ideal situation that doesn't apply to the current situation. Someone says like, I'm learning Japanese so I can speak to Japanese people. Go for it. Meanwhile, they're complaining about other language learners who speak English and Japanese. I'm like, well, they're not Japanese people. The idea that you're upset about people learning in a different context for a different purpose is different from finding someone who thinks they're learning in a purpose, but they don't understand that they're learning for a purpose that they don't have, right? So for myself, if I do plan on moving to Japan and like only talking to people in Japanese, then yes, I would probably try to limit my English usage and find that it's entirely a waste of time to not know how to translate all the time and whatnot, but I don't. So and there are people who wish or hope that they could live in Japan, but in the meantime, what are you doing? Do you decide to work on the idea that you're going to embrace a lifestyle that you not yet have and be negative about it all the way there and hope that you get there even while being negative? Or understand that the process involves doing what you can with the lemons that you have now and making good lemonade, and it'll become better lemonade later because you have sufficiently good lemonade to start mastering your lemonade game. That's probably what I would say. And I'm not saying this because it's the best way to do things. I'm saying this for the mental health of the person. If you're running around saying you should be treated a certain way and possibly not wanting to see it in a different way in which it can be healthier for you as a person, right? As an emotional person, then I don't know what you're doing it for in the first place, in my opinion, from a Western perspective. From an Eastern perspective, you could say, what's your national language right now? You do everything possible to speak and use that national language. That's pragmatism. There's no other way. You hate it? Tough luck. Go learn it. But when people are learning a target language, they are voluntarily often doing that. For those who have the most awful time with language learning, in my opinion, are those who feel obligated to learn it, but not willing to accept the reality. When you're obligated, you have to learn how to find acceptance. And explaining how and why allows you to cope or understand and tolerate or even intuit how to improve obligation, right? I'm obligated to make money. That's different from I'm choosing to do what I want to do as a job, right? And I think for making friends, relationships, language learning, these things become a lot more healthier and possibly self-correcting when you encourage someone to do so, being able to like consider these things. I think it pains me a lot of times and hurt, like I have bleeding heart for individuals who they want something, however it's not my place to interfere to tell them that, okay, I understand this is the best way to do that thing that you want. The question is, do you know that you can do this long enough in order to get there while feeling crummy all the way? Like, if you feel crummy all the way, planning and promising yourself and then breaking those promises to yourself constantly over and over again, I'm not even sure what life is like that. And I think that deserves a lot of conversation. And how does this relate all the way back to language learning and all the personal opportunities for relationships, right? And offering stuff, shared experiences. If you think it's right now, if you're talking to someone and you think it's awkward both ways most of the time. Now, you might be saying, well, there are times when it's not awkward. And I'm like, for the other person, but it's awkward for you. And it's like, yes, but how much more frequent is that to both sides? If you feel like it's awkward, I don't think you want to underestimate the other person saying, oh, there's some awkwardness. Now, there are times when you may argue, oh, well, I found people who are oblivious to awkwardness. Like, I think it's awkward, but this person clearly doesn't think it's awkward. Do you want to be their friend? Because I don't see friendship as trying to talk to someone who doesn't recognize that there's something involving both of you, right? They should, like, what I mean is, the reality is you might want to be friends with someone and then you notice that, oh, whatever you're doing, it's really awkward for them, but it's not awkward for you. Then you guys no longer have a connection, right? So you're focusing on something that doesn't connect you two. That is not getting close to someone. And there will be a much lower process of being connecting, right? Someone asked me, this happens a lot nowadays. Someone asked me, like, how do you approach someone? You know, how do you talk to someone? And like, how do you initiate? What if I'm nervous and I don't know what to say and they're and then it's gonna be all my fault? And I'm like, well, if you want a friend, you probably want to share some experiences and share some emotions. So the thing that you could do proactively, if you can only think about yourself for the moment, is if you're nervous, go find someone who is also nervous when they're talking to other people. And how do you do that? Do what you're already doing. So you try, and you'll probably bump into someone who's nervous, and you have a connection. Use it, right? That is using insecurity or your circumstances to your advantage. Now, yes, it would be a lower chance. You could try not to be nervous, and then there will be, you could argue that there are less people who are, not nervous when talking. Is there? Because someone who's hyper focused on a property that makes them insecure is likely going to be in a scenario and in situations where that's probably not that unlikely. Now, of course, you can be really unlucky and say like, oh, well, you suck at speaking English, and that doesn't describe the majority of people in the world or something like that. That's fair enough. That can be a little unlucky, but there are so many things part of you that you can make a connection to. So if you don't have a language, you certainly could eat. If you can't eat, you certainly have a face. In fact, I've always wanted to try this, but I haven't yet because I haven't gone to a foreign country in a while, and especially a country that doesn't have English as a secondary language or something like that. I always thought about carrying my guitar with me and my violin with me, and whenever I go to a foreign country, if I know I can't speak the language, I'll play music. So like, I would think to myself like, and it might not come, there might be a language barrier to music. Hear me out. If you play a sad song or what you think is sad, there is a chance that other person will think it's happy instead of sad. But the thing is, you have other ways to express yourself, right? But those things don't happen very often anymore online. It's very difficult to convey that. However, if you make content, you can wield that to your advantage. Like, okay, so you've never made the content literally, but you do have content in your head. And even there's quite a lot of things that circumvent a language barrier, right? And it's still language. Like, in my opinion, I'm like gonna be very generalizing. Conversation is the act of trying to find a common ground that includes both things. So if that other person isn't doing it, you can still have the power and control to try to do that in the first place. And I think the rest is often history. And hear me out. When it comes to conversation, I know I'm like talking up conversation all the time. The thing about humans oftentimes is when you find a connection and you continue to do that connection, oftentimes the rest of the things at first may not be connected, but then they can be. So I can't tell you how wonderful it is to witness people, two nervous people who like don't like talking to people because they're really nervous, but the moment that they found out that they're both nervous talking to people is when they stop being nervous around themselves. And because of that inspiration, they can either choose next to find other nervous people or, you know, get crazy and start talking to people who aren't nervous. And then the rest is history, right? You could ask, it would be, 10 years down the line, they would say, I can't remember the last time I was nervous talking to people, but I was once. And that's great. It's crazy to think here, and this is where I fall off. I can't help but feel I'm a little cold and indirect and maybe distant with individuals who feel nervous about language barriers. I spent most of my life in a language barrier, so I can't even possibly comprehend. It's very difficult for me to empathize with people, like personally, from my experience, what it's like when you go somewhere and you can't communicate. There's so many ways, since my life is filled with experiences where I have to communicate, but it's not defaulted to, like, someone once asked me, how do you be kind to someone? I'm like, you're gonna have to narrow it down for me. And that person was asking the question, how do you be kind? Why would they ask it that way? It's as though they believe that question is simple enough and narrow enough to warrant a specific answer. That is what that question is telling me. So then I'm anticipating what they're going to, like, what they're looking for. Like, well, kindness, huh? Put others first. Right? That would be something that would fit their wheelhouse. It seems simple. And my first thing is, a kindness. Here's one that contrasts that. Let them be. That's an act of kindness too. Make yourself available. That's an act of kindness. Be present. Exist or not, be present is fine. I'm trying to think of like non-conventional ways of presenting kindness. Usually the kindness that people, at least in the Western society, would say is an act of kindness is when you help someone when even if they didn't ask for it. That could also be in we talked about this yesterday. That can be seen as interloping, or being presumptuous, or taking agency. So those are the things that I enjoy anticipating. They might not always be correct. The idea is you have something to work on. You have something to work off of. So when someone asks me, what's the weather like? And I say, I guess it's pretty hot here. And then they're going to ask, or you say something like, it's hot here. It's like, I don't know. Dear Lord, say, it's 70 degrees Fahrenheit. It's 70 degrees here. And then the other person, if you choose to say 70 degrees, you're like, oh no. What if this person uses Celsius? I guess I'm ready for it. And then that person's like, what is 70 degrees Fahrenheit? Us non-Americans don't use Fahrenheit. And I'm like, oh, well, that's okay. It's around 25 degrees, 25 degrees Celsius. Or it's good enough. It's a very comfortable temperature, like 25. So, anticipatory. You're ready for it. Or you can spin it some way else. What if the person asks, what if the person makes a sarcastic comment about Celsius? And right, you could form it in the form of a question. Someone's like, oh yeah, I don't know if that's hot or not, but what like we use Celsius, so could you help me? It's like, oh, I'm sorry, like I guess my American side is, or my British side perhaps, British American side, we use Fahrenheit, and I think we use Fahrenheit quite often. I remember, but in science class, we do know how to convert Fahrenheit to Celsius. Right now, it's eluding my grasp. Can you explain to me how you do the conversion between Fahrenheit and Celsius? Like, if you don't, that's perfectly fine. Let's use an analogy instead. Right now, I find that this is not cold or not hot. Are you in an environment that is not cold or not hot? Oh, okay. Well, it's like that. So right now, the temperature is like that. And then you circumvent the language barrier. What is the language barrier here? A unit conversion. I think it's like 5/9 or something. 5/9 is the unit conversion between Fahrenheit, roughly. Fahrenheit and plus like Kelvin, but something like that. So many language barriers. There's like emotional language barrier, non-verbal language barrier, customs, right? Customs, behavioral language barrier. All of them you can use to your advantage if you can explain it, because it's a shared experience. I think by default, if you're a great negotiator and a great conversationalist, the barrier is where you start, because no matter what, those things are likely, I'm going to say 90% of the time, is experienced both ways. It's obvious to both parties. So if you say that I'm gonna use like Mika's example. If one is being excluded from a group, then one can also use the reasons why they exclude you to talk about it. Great example would be someone really dislikes you, right? And this is a hit or miss. You still make the attempt, right? Now, if someone really dislikes you, what is the thing they are going to most likely talk about that you need to understand, or willing to talk about that you need to understand in order to initiate a conversation in the first place? At least a conversation. So it's better than zero. You would first ascertain if you understand the nature of why they hate you. And then you can try to chime in and explain what your thoughts are about why they hate you, so that you can contribute to the idea that, oh, you put in effort into understanding it. So someone could say like, dude, man, I really dislike you. Can you just like stop like talking? And my first inclination would be like, is it something that I said that was disagreeable? Or is it because I talk a lot? May I ask, am I close to the reason why you dislike me? There's another part of me that understands maybe potentially you're having a bad day. Do you want to talk about your day instead? Because I'm perfectly fine with you hating me if it makes you feel better. So the barrier, the thing that's interacting, you're trying to make an active engagement into the barrier that is preventing the two people from interacting. Now, I'm not saying it will lead to success all the time or you become best friends or something. The idea is that you're trying to be included, right? And you're trying to reach a type of discussion. If you're trying to have a discussion, it would have to involve both parties. And I think I've said this like a broken record over the many years, like many years of streaming. The last 10 years, the internet has made it very normal, which is accepted. So you have to understand the conditions. It's far more common, I would say 6 out of 10 times. I'm being a little generous. I feel like it's more like 80% of the time. 80% of the time, people talk at someone, not with someone. Sometimes they don't even talk against someone. So the hierarchy is like tier 1, the most common. People like tier lists, so we're going to use tier 1. Tier 1, you talk at a person. You know, the at sign. How do we do the at sign? Oh, this is the at sign. Right? That's tier 1. Easy. You got to do it. And then against someone. What's a against thing? Versus. And then the last one is with someone. I don't know how you do with someone. Maybe like hand holding. I don't know how to draw hand holding. We're just gonna avoid. And this is the hierarchy that I operate on for now. The generalized TLDR. Some of the first things you have to determine as someone who is making themselves available. So if you're like me and you're making yourself available, right? This is like a kind of an Eastern perspective. My Eastern values are coming out here. So I operate a business. I don't do this professionally, by the way, and I don't get paid for this. But say I treat this professionally. I treat streaming professionally. So despite not having a job and right not being employed, I don't have my own company or something. There's no like Patreon or something funding this. I treat it professionally because my Eastern side, I'm in a public space. I must do the best of my ability to be politically agreeable and do not lose face, right? So in order to do this, when I'm making myself available, I ascertain whether this person is talking at me, against me, or with me. And I start in this way. When they're talking at me, it means they want to tell me something. And the idea is to confirm and agree with them. in a sense that agree with them that these things exist, probably because they wouldn't otherwise be telling you this. And you must understand the nature of that thing. So when someone says, "Oh, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread," huh? May I ask, like, oh, what do you find that is very great about it? And then I want to like get to understand why that is the case, and maybe then I can relate to it. I apologize in advance because I'm not familiar with this thing. So could you explain the thing to me? So this is a person that's talking at you, as in they simply want to explain to you their opinions about something, and having someone able to actively listen to them is how you would bridge the barrier, right? Immediately. When someone's against you, you would have to hear their side, and incorporate it in real time. Incorporate it in real time to a counter argument. So you offer them their platform. It's like, okay, you really dislike me. Can you explain all the things that you really dislike about me? And I will try to address and maybe potentially present some counter arguments. However, I will specifically know that these things exist and can be interpreted that way because they did interpret it that way. But now I can offer a counter argument because it's against me. So they want to see a defense or interaction between the defense. And then lastly, with, which is both. When you're talking with someone, what happens is you can bank off them. You can either say, yeah, you know what? I think so too. I think so too. So you add fuel to the fire, right? Or you're like, you know what's also interesting? We could both see it this way as well. And then you would brainstorm. And when you go with, what happens is you come away with a us. So it would be a collective. You would get multiple answers. That's tier 3. You get multiple answers. We both ended up learning from each other and synergistically or integrated both of our stuff. We shared the experience. Against is a shared experience, but the things that are learned are mutually separate. They can be mutually exclusive of each other. So someone who's against you, two people can leave having a shared experience thinking they're right and the other person's wrong. That's tier 2. Tier 1 is no matter what you say, they're right. And it's irrelevant if you're right or wrong. Like you don't even need to worry about that. You don't have to worry about it, in my opinion, because it's not about you. It's about them. And you might be thinking, well, that's kind of selfish. Isn't that just like rolling over and being a pushover? No, because really sad people, very lonely people, people just that want company who are also seeking friendship for the first time ever. There are so many situations where a person wants to share something. And I actively, in my opinion, encourage them to try to do so. Because at some point, when you're good at explaining things at someone, it can work towards understanding how to confront and negotiate with someone. And then ultimately, then you can end up in my social norm situation. I usually aim for tier 3, as in the bottom tier of people's interactions, because I would like to say I'm a fairly excellent conversationalist. But for now, if no one's responding to me, I'm using tier 1. If someone asks me something, like challenge my notion, I use tier 2. And then in the end, the goal is whatever that person asked, whatever that person told me, I must bring it with me when I'm speaking. So yes, I must be able to include what the person, or I try my best to somehow wiggle my way back to our conversation about subtextual cultures versus direct cultures, right? Like yesterday's discussion. And then you gotta throw in some UK nods, or England, specifically England. I still haven't done my background stuff in England, but it's okay. I know that people sometimes don't recognize. I was watching like a trivia short, and someone was shown a picture of Queen Elizabeth I, and I double took, and I was wondering to myself, huh, what other English monarch would I default to if I saw someone like that, like, you know, Mary Antoinette, right? And my thought is like, yeah, that's probably what I default to. I don't know of any other, so it would have been a fun discussion to ask Procol, like, if you had to give me like the top 10 English monarchs that would be like, yo, I'm kind of an enthusiast, what would they be? Because all I got is one. Actually, let me think. Yeah, that's probably the only one. That's how limited. That's pretty much how limited my monarchy, English monarchy is. It was another comment. Here's a good comment. It's a trivia channel, and they talk about flags a lot. They give trivia about flags around the world, and when you scroll down, oftentimes YouTube has this useful thing where the quality, or you would like to think the quality or the trendiest comments are at the top, right? So I often ask myself, so what are the comments at the bottom? What are they like? So there's this one where this channel, they spend specific time polling different cultural background people. Okay, different cultural background people, and they quiz them on like flags and whatnot. And then when you scroll to the bottom, there's a heavy consistency of all the bottom, many of the bottom comments about alluding to that when the contestant in the video do well, it is used as a way to criticize how stupid Americans are. And they infer it by saying an @ comment. We're like, hey, Americans, just a note to Americans. This is what the average person who's outside the United States or non-American knows about the world. And it happens very consistently. And my thought was, huh. Now the question is, does that, you know, it's there. How often does it occur in the hierarchy of comments? It's at the bottom. And my first thought was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I kind of thought it might be a little bit more proliferative. Hear me out. Knowing a lot about flags in this video, that channel, some of the people that are liked the most in this video channel, they're Americans. As in, like, based on their performance, because the person is American, the host is also American. But when they find other people, they're actually foreigners living in the United States. So the question is, like, how do you know? I always wondered that. Like, what could compel someone to make a PSA? I mean, it might be anonymity and all that stuff, but I can tell you now, I like to ask the person why. That's my first thought. I think if you want to challenge your conversationalism, like how excellent you are at communicating and reaching a middle ground, go on YouTube or something, you know, go on somewhere that allows comments, and then they're evaluated hierarchically by some sort of metric, usually by likes and dislikes, right? Go to the very bottom and ask yourself, how will you be able to respond to them? Like if you had to talk to this person, you're obligated by some professional capacity. How would you go about talking to them? And how much would you investigate? Like what do you know and what would you use to do it? I do this for fun quite a lot. Generally speaking, because when it comes to video comments, I only get those bottom tier comments at the moment, like 95% of the time, because we have to understand the selection factor. In order to get a full range or normal distribution of comments, right, you would need to garner a large community. And within that community, you have to also be appealing to a larger audience in order to get some sort of representative distribution of comments. But if you are someone who doesn't even breach that, what comments you get are the comments that are at the bottom of a lot of the things. But hear me out. If you only focus on that, you wouldn't understand what's at the top of the comments. So oftentimes when it comes to conversational topics, like if someone is asking me, well, how do you know? How do you build background information? How do you build conversational topics that you would otherwise not be able to anticipate? Well, I try to understand the nature of my situation, how and why, and I would look at examples that are facsimiles of them within a system, and then I prepare. And then one day, that one person who goes around typing bruh, I will have something to say, at least something, and then we would start there. It might not be the right one, it might not be the best one. However, it is something that exists, and you can refer to it, and the conversation starts there, right? I think you can say I don't know. It's perfectly all right that you can say I don't know, but you can say it in many ways. I think that's the metagame. A person who speaks well can be incredibly direct and finite. Like, hey, by the way, I really, I think Windows suck. Sorry, Microsoft. I think Windows suck. So what are you using right now? May I ask what is your OS of choice? And can you explain to me how I may take advantage of that being a Windows user, right? Since I use Windows, I want you to explain to me, if you would, not how Windows suck, because you've already explained how Windows suck. May I ask the thing you like? How much you like the thing you like? That's a talking point. Okay. Anyways. You like drawing with streams in the background sometimes? Good background noise. I see, Mika. Yeah. Me too, actually. A lot of times I'd be like watching shows or an audiobook as well to have in the background. Drawing is great. What do you draw, Mika? Did I know you're an artist? Or of some sort? Actually, I never asked what you study, actually. Or if you're even... You did mention something about university, I think. I think we crossed that line a bit. But I'm not sure if I knew you drew things. October is coming up, so it's my drawing month. Oh, got some shenanigans ready to happen in October for drawing stuff. All right, let's go on here. We got to our did I get anything out of this? Oh man, we got to our second term. 破碎. 窗都no 窗户破碎了。
窗户破碎了。
窗户碎
破碎
碎。
铃声
铃 we decide to change it to orders, right? Small bell sound ringing. Okay, makes sense. 我听到了铃声。I heard the ringing of the bell. Or bell ringing. Oh, wait.
铃声，吃亏，
吃亏。吃 can also mean to endure or to experience. So experience 亏. Experience what? What is 亏? Loss? Oh, to suffer loss. I see. 我们不能什么 This is 不能总是 Yes. 总是吃亏。
我们不能总是吃亏。
Always. We can't always suffer losses. Ooh, that's some commentary. That's some health commentary.
吃亏。门铃，
门铃 Okay. Doorbell. That's legitimately a doorbell. 门铃门铃土壤土壤门铃土壤树响了
门铃突然响了，
echoed. Suddenly rang. Oh, interesting. So 响 is to modify ringing. Okay. Fair enough. Oop.
门铃，
门铃。诶，疯狂。blah blah 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 破碎。
破碎，
吃亏。
吃亏，
铃声。Oh. Ah, it's Ling. 铃声。
铃声，
门铃。
门铃，
对。多亏。This one, you lost me here. Thanks to is something to say when we are grateful for the many things someone does for us, without which we would be at a loss. Okay. 多亏你的帮助。多亏你的帮助。
多亏你的帮助。
多亏你的帮助。Or I'm gonna have a problem with this. 多亏。Yeah, this one's tough. I'm not sure if I make the connection there.
多亏，抢眼，
抢眼。To rob the eyes. Just catch the eyes. Eye catching. 这个黄色。这个黄色很 No, not 黄。黄？哦，颜色。这个颜色。Yeah, 这个颜色很很抢眼。
这个颜色很抢眼。
抢眼。
抢眼。
回忆录。
回忆录。Return revolving. 回忆。how do you return recall record memoir? Oh, okay. So a recording of the past, recalling what you recall, a memoir, recollection. Okay, I see. I think recalling is fine, but memoir, 他学了一本回忆录。回忆录。
回忆录。海域。
海域。Water and region. Water. Oh, sea region. Oh, waters. Okay. Yes, waters. Yeah, sea region. Sea area. 海陆。海域 not 海陆。海域。海域。台湾海 coast. 海洋。台湾海洋附近的海域。
台湾海岸附近的海域。
Okay.
海域。
海域。Okay. Waters.
面貌。
面貌。Face. Appearance. Okay. It's appearance. Okay. 面貌。这个城市的面貌在什么？改变。呢？
这个城市的面貌在改变。
改变。What the heck is 改变 ？Is changing 改变。在改变 changing yes 在改变。I'm like, where is the ing coming from? What? Oh.
面貌。
All right. I think I'm gonna forget this one. I'm gonna try my best though. For now. 多亏。
多亏。海域。
海域。抢眼。Oops. 抢眼。回忆录。
回忆录。
回忆录 not 录。
抢眼。
抢眼。面貌。
面貌。
It kind of sounds like 面包。Okay. 面貌。All right.
可惜。
可惜。able to see, able to cherish. Oh, it's a pity. What is that? How does it? We say the phrase, it's a pity because you could have cherished it. When something doesn't happen and we realize we can and should cherish it. Okay. It's kind of a extra layer of, there's an extra step involved. 可惜 all right 可惜这部电影很好，可惜太短，可惜太短。Oh, it's a pity that it's short. It's too short. Oh, 可惜。It's a shame. Do you have it's a shame? It's a shame. It's too bad. Oh, I think too bad is fine. You don't need it's. Unfortunately, actually, unfortunately is good. This, see. Although the whole cherish thing is kind of throwing it off a little.
可惜
I like unfortunately.
大幅度
大幅度 big big with degree substantial big degree degree of big degree substantially significantly to a great extent. Okay, yeah, big extent degree. Okay, 大幅度气温大幅度下什么下节no 下移that's a foreman cow 下 fall 下倒 no
气温大幅度下降，
下降 oh the descending oh yeah 下降 right 气温大幅度下降 okay.
大幅度 疯子
a lunatic or a madman. Okay. 他笑得像疯子一样。Yeah, he laughs like a lunatic.
疯子
梨 glass. Another glass? Li? Does this go with like 玻璃 Li bo? Hang on. 玻璃 Yeah, okay. This is Li. 玻璃 We already have one glass. The other half of the glass. The glass. 玻璃 glass. Link is inside the living room of the house. Okay. This kind of relates to Li, as in Li Kai. Same character. Same radical. Anyways. Only this time there's a scepter. Where he is prepping a booby trap. Yeah, a booby trap. Made out of broken shards of glass. Yikes. He stands by, hidden behind the couch, holding a scepter ready to knock out anyone who falls into his glass booby trap. Okay. Fair enough. That's a link potential. Yeah, Li Bo. No, Bo Li. Oh yeah, Bo Li. I knew that. Bo Li. Ooh, color. Tai. There's color. Tai Hui. Or Chai Hui. Chai Hui Bo Li. I wonder if Hui has anything to do with like the dyeing or colorify something. Because like Tai, it could have been like Chai Rang Bo Li, like colored dyed glass for like stained, but it could be some. It could mean stained.
偷
Oh, to steal. Yeah, the other steal, as opposed to rob, 抢 versus 偷. This is the one that I'm more used to. 偷. I'm trying to think of some of the cop dramas. I watched a lot of like Canto and Mandarin cop dramas, and you hear this a lot. Like 偷还是跑 like 逃跑 right 逃跑 you steal and then and or run, right? You either steal the thing or you run away, right? Burglaries and whatnot, what have you. Like 偷了他的 I don't know 钱包 and then I forgot what and then is. 就 yeah, you know, then 就在逃跑 something like that. 逃跑了. Tarzan is in front of the bakery where there is a small armory. Oh man, Tarzan, why? There's a small armory with Slenderman. From the bakery. In front, standing guard. Okay, sure. Tarzan throws a fragrant croissant in the grass near Slenderman, who goes over to eat it. He then goes into the small armory and steals some kitchen knives, baking weapons, and run out. Stealing. Tarzan be succumbing to stealing. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I think we're gonna phrase it this way: like Tarzan in front of the bakery, right? He's trying to turn over new leaf. You know, he's trying to be cultivated. He's finally learned how to bake. So, in order to spread the goodwill of his baking skills, he's decided to go next door to an armory that's guarded by Slenderman. And the Slenderman is trying to guard it because there's valuables inside, so he's trying to prevent stealing, right? So instead of stealing, or I don't know, I was gonna say, like, instead of trying to steal the thing, he can bargain with it. Bargain the tools that are in an armory with his fragrant croissants, you know? He's becoming more civilized, right? No need for stealing. Secretly. Toto, interesting. Toto is secretly. 小偷 thief, small steal. 小偷 to slack off, interesting. 偷狼 no 狼 偷窥 no 窥
偷
okay.
离
Lee going to hit over the head by setting up a trap filled with glass. Okay. Alright.
疯子
疯子 Okay. Crying.
偷
Crying. I might get lost.
可惜
可惜
大幅度
大幅度 Alright. 5 more characters. Let's go. 向 to donate. Holy. Oh, that's not actually. The bottom thing is something. What is that supposed to be? A kettle? Oh, it's a kettle. Oh, this is the first time we're using a kettle. Or like, second time we're using a kettle. The first time was ge for kettle. Or no, just ge for separate. Yes. Xena's in the bathroom of the pawn shop where a tiger and a bulldog are tied up in the corner. In front of them is a kettle for donations. Aw. Lena, feeling bad for them, donates some money into the kettle as the tiger and bulldog respectfully roars and bark in appreciation. Zeno wonders why they are tied up in the pawn shop bathroom. Huh. You don't have to be tied up. Pawn shop. Could be donating. All right. That's okay. That seems all right. To donate, but 现学文项 to donate document, a document donating, writing donate documents. Really? 装项 no 装 dedicate 放项 contribute 功项 wow, not a lot to go on except for donate blood
线
not 项 线 不是项 项 is Zhang is XANG. 线 So 谢谢 is our only link. 才 Oh hey, we got 才 to cut out as opposed to judge. Does this mean judge too? No, it doesn't mean judge. But it could mean judge or absolute, I think. Like it could. Oh no wait, maybe it isn't judge. Judge is kind of similar. This bottom part, I'm not sure about this clothing. I could have sworn this is also judge for Japanese, right? What is that? Sai. Tai would be lined up with sai. We'll see. Like to judge someone is to cut them off. So like if you make a decision and cut them off, that's judging, right? Or to cut off a thought or to cut off something, you can make a direct judgment. So I think it can still pivot to judge. Casper is inside the hallways of the high school where he is using a spade to cut out a dress. I'm not sure about a spade using to cut out a dress, but from a large white sheet that is laid onto the dirty high school hallway floor. He needs to cut out a dress because he's in a violation of dress code, wearing nothing other than his usual birthday suit. He just drapes it like a ghost. Alright. Cut out. Alright. This one's gonna... Cut out. What else could he be doing that's ghostly, that deals with cutting a dress? I think this is okay. Well, we'll use this. It's kind of funny. The birthday suit comment. Referee, 裁判. Oh, that's judge right there. Pan or judge. So it's a referee. Interesting. As opposed to a what would this be? Like a judgment? A referee. President? 总裁 to cut out 总裁 overall cutout. Okay, yeah, someone who's making the overall decisions. Arbitration 仲裁 okay, and a tailor literally cut out 裁缝 I think I think like decision making. Decision is a fine thing. Decision, decide. I don't quite like I mean, I got used to it because of other things. But most of these are talking about to make sharp cuts, like decide, judgment, referee, overall decision or a decision maker, president, right? Like to make the cut, so like a cut decision, a cut out decision. That's how I remember it, anyways.
才撞
Strong to bump into. Oh, instead of pung. Yeah. Pung versus strong. Interesting. Oh, Chinese mild. Strong. George Costanza is in the bathroom of the chapel, trying to steal some toilet paper because he ran out. That sounds like him. In a chapel. He pulls out a Chinese mile worth of toilet paper and tries to sneak out. At the door, he bumps into the priest's guard, who looks at him with pity and wags his finger back and forth, shaming him. You will not bump into the narrow gate this way. Yep, honest. Wow. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Collide. Do we have pung? No pung. Xiangjiang. Okay, instead of like xiang peng or peng xiang. I feel like xiang peng could work too. Mutually bump into each other, so mutual to each other. Jiangzhi. Jiangji. Ji looks familiar. What is that? Ji. Car weapon hand. Oh, edit. Or not edit, record. No, beat. Oh, to bump in and beat. Is it beat? Something like miniature car, edit it. Like, I thought it was like edit. Oh, it is beat. Okay. Okay. Alright.
撞
Wrong. Okay.
胆
Done. Gallbladder? Alright. Gallbladder, huh? Done. Dracula is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, where he is looking for a gallbladder to eat. Okay. He sees a miniature model of a moon with legs. Okay. Standing next to the cliff. Miniature model, okay. He grabs a dagger and stabs the moon, revealing a gallbladder within. Oh my gosh. An employee in the basement sends words his way saying he can't just destroy their stuff for the sake of harvesting a gallbladder. Okay. Hold up. Okay, we're gonna change this up, right? So Dracula snuck into the basement of the pawn shop, where he is looking for his next meal, right? He is interested in a gallbladder, or he's looking for his next victim. So, in the cover under the moonlit sky, right? At night, under the moonlit sky, as he's sneaking around the basement, he sees like a moonlit sky in a pawn shop near the cliff. He sees a pair of legs, or he spotted a pair of legs wandering around, right? Legs of a person wandering around. So he takes his dagger and without a word, or maybe shout out a few words to get his attention, he plunges the dagger into the victim and then extracted the gallbladder for feasting. I don't know. I think that's a little better than trying to imagine a miniature model that could pretty much have anything in it. Guts. Dan Yang. Oh, interesting. Gallbladder plus a quantity becomes guts. Bold. Dadan. Big gallbladder? Oh, big guts? Oh, you know what? It could just pivot to guts. Now that I think about it. Unless this actually means gallbladder. Howard. Dan Xiao. Dan Xiao Gui. Dan Xiao Gui. Dan Xiao Gui. Dan Xiao Gui. Yeah, Dan Xiao Gui. Dan Xiao Gui. Gallbladder, small ghost. Coward? Okay, little guts. Coward. Little guts, squeamish, ghostly, you know, like cholesterol. Dangu. Dangu Chen? Gallbladder. Hard. Chen? Maybe like substance, some sort of like grease or substance that block things. Timid. Tray. No tray. Oh no. I don't know. So far I have no reason to believe this is gallbladder. More like guts. Like the stomach. Okay, let's just... Okay, hold up. Ching. Okay, alright.
胆
Gallbladder is a problem.
懒
It's kind of like a spleen. What was spleen? E? Kind of like spleen. I don't know. I don't feel so safe. Lan. To look at instead of look for. Oh wait. This is what is another look at? Qiao? Oh, give me Lan Qiao. Is Lan Qiao a... Yeah, no, not Lan Qiao. Lan Qiao. To look at, Lan Qiao. Legolas is in the basement of the pawn shop, okay, where he is being looked at by the jail. What? That's a jailer? Oh, interesting. I didn't even picture it as a jailer because the thing is shifted. Jailer who is an employee there. Additionally, a walking eye customer looks at Legolas too because everyone's looking at him. He can't try to steal some secondhand elvish weapons that are stored in the basement. Legolas is not a thief. Why you do this? Maybe Legolas was captured by the local pawn shop owner and he's trying to do... They're trying to like sell him off, right? And there's a walking eye. Walking eyes are fine in fantasy. Keeping an eye on Legolas to prevent him from escaping. Could be that. Reading room. Yeah. 阅览室. 阅览室. Read to look at room. Okay, reading. Okay, sure. 讲. Jiang is product, I guess. Jiang Lan Hui. 展览会. 展览会 is item, like products to look at. 会 could be anything, like a meet, place, an event, an exhibition. To look at things, right? A meeting to look at things. 展览会. 浏览, oh, I don't have 浏 browser, 浏览器. Oh, browse, and then yeah, 器 for, I guess, a utensil for browsing or an application. Browse. A buddy. A buddy.
懒
Okay. All right. Got the kettle. Station. Okay.
线
Okay. Oops.
才
Oops. Cut off. Cut out.
胆 懒
Okay. Oh, that's kind of weak. Right.
壮
There's some weak ones in there. All right. Before we start our reviews, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. Okie dokie. Try to lock in. Fingers crossed for being better than yesterday.
煮
Oh.
人
Oh, that's strong. What in
试卷，
请在试卷上签名。
Exam paper? I think exam is fine. Test paper, exam is fine. Okay.
示范，
我先给大家示范一下。
判断，
你判断错了。
微弱，
他听到微弱的脚步声。
Ah! Wrong tone! Oh, don't even yee me. Oh, dang it! I wrote the wrong tone there.
T，
Heck. Heck. Heck.
山，
My groove. What? Oh, wait. Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
列车，
这列车准时到达了。
It's like a rail car. Train is fine, but we're trying to consolidate some stuff.
浅，
What in the tarnation?
八，
Huh. Hmm.
马路，
不要在马路上走。
Hmm. Dress and Slender Man. Huh. Hmm. I don't remember T. Something. It's not quite. It's like a concept, right? T. I don't remember. Why? Why? Oh no. That's wool.
移动，
他们打算移动到一个新办公室。
Or move. Sure.
召回，
美国大使被召回了。
To go back, but to return is fine. To recall, yeah. This is not to recall as in to remember, but this is to go back or to return something.
心终于
他终于完成了任务。
梦境
每个人都有自己独特的梦境。
Dream world, dreamland. I'm gonna take another jab at this.
一
Okay. Heck. Okay.
进来
你可以进来帮忙吗？
We practice
湿度
this.
我喜欢低湿度的天气。
Oh, I missed the D.
继父
他继父对他非常好。
礼树
我们的后院有一棵美丽的李树。
Whoa, wait. Oh no, that's plum. That's a plum. Heck.
暂时
这只是暂时的解决办法。
What happened here? Yuan. Oh.
运输
运输。
他从不搭乘公共运输。
So. Don't do this to me. Come on. Like 2 husbands. Bringing a son. What is Timmy Turner doing? Like request? I can't think of a vocab word right now.
张开
张开嘴。
Stretch open's fine.
不
I guess I'll take this. Replace. Oh, how many husbands it takes to replace a sun lamp? Okay, fine. Place. I don't want to spend too long to. Okay, hay bale.
财务
他在财务部门工作。
财务 finance? Oh wow, I wasn't so sure about that.
骑士
勇敢地骑士。
脾脏
脾脏帮助清除老化的红血球。
水龙头
水龙头在滴水。
I can't spell faucet. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna write faucet head though, but faucet. Oh, there's a U. All right. What incarnation? I almost want to. I feel like it's like. Huh. Huh.
柿子
柿子是我最喜欢的水果。
鼠含谷口
No.
祝贺，
他们祝贺我升职。
Heck. Oh wait. Oh no, we're fine. We practiced this.
缓慢，
这个工程进展缓慢。
Oh boy. Oh boy. Wait, how did I screw this up? That not? Oh, I typoed.
肯，
We practice this. Okay.
音乐，劳动节，
很多人喜欢在劳动节旅行。
动，摇滚乐，
我喜欢摇滚乐。
返回，
我明天会返回台北。
静，
Oh no. I spaced out. It's gone. Oh wait. It's back.
叔叔，
我的叔叔是一位工程师。
No.
沙漠，
沙漠中的星空非常美丽。
柴，唱，
Excuse me. Ugh.
悲伤，
我现在充满了悲伤。
浪漫，
这是一个浪漫的晚餐。
报纸，
我很少看报纸。
拥抱，
我们拥抱了很久。
That's a interesting sentence. Gave me pause because the sentence was a little kind of weird.
载客，
那辆公车正在载客。
好，漫画，
我喜欢看漫画。
My gut feeling failed. What? Huh.
按摩，
我想预定一次按摩。
按摩？
珠宝，
这家店卖很多珠宝。
Precious jewelry. I mean, jewelry is fine too. So what happened here? Finger mission thing. I thought that was like the missile boat. Missile boat and finger. Oh,
搬家，
你可以帮我搬家吗？
so bun, and then bun. The two buns, I was getting a little. I kind of wrote each other off there. Canceled each other for a moment.
音译，
这个词是一个音译词，
自愿，
他自愿加入救援队。
That was surprisingly quick. Yeah. I lost it. It's gone. Dang it, it's gone. Wait. I think it's back. Possibly. Oh, nope. Hmm.
素，我，
Son of a bee sting. Oh, okay, I got it.
孙，
Oh, obey. Obey.
病毒，
防止病毒传染。
I guess virus. Virus.
仿，椅子，
我坐在椅子上，
容，虚，
No, not it. Oh, wait, we're fine.
扔，
We practiced this.
前辈，
这位前辈教会了我很多事情。
Oh, what? Oh, hold up. Oh, man. I got lost at the tree. It's losing me at the tree. Oh, wait. No, I don't have time. But is this Lee? Oh, it is Lee. For pear, right? Well, that's unfortunate. Honestly, I don't actually know. Oh, it's because it's not particularly, it's a pear tree. Okay. Excuse me? Oh. Hmm. Antique and Foreman. Yeah, that's an antique. What the heck? Let's take a jab at it. I don't know right now. I'm drawing a blank. That's not a good blank.
毛 剪刀
这把剪刀很锋利。
Still nothing. It keeps making me want to type. Oh, that's so weak.
珍惜
他们珍惜彼此的关系。
离
Okay.
幅度
气温变化幅度很大。
What? Oh. Wait.
左钢琴
你会弹钢琴吗？
Oops. It's fine.
赠送
公司赠送客户一些纪念品。
礼貌
他们对客人很礼貌。
I don't recall. Enemies. Oh, second D. Okay, I forgot D. That's enemy? Dang. Okay. Dang. Dang. Ah, that's so weak.
区域、
这个区域很美丽。
Huh. Hmm. Hmm.
抢救、
我从树上抢救了3只猫。
经济、
我对经济完全不懂。
It's like financial aid or economy. Oh, yeah. I think finances is what I was gonna think of, but economy is fine. It dealt with money. That's all I needed to know. Like something about money. I just didn't care about how money works. I guess money works is what I would be thinking of, as opposed to specifically saying economy.
手枪、
他被手枪击中了。
鼓励、
他用笑容鼓励了我。
激励、
他激励我要更努力。
记忆犹新、
我对第一次上台演讲的感觉记忆犹新。
Yeah, it's recall vividly. Or vividly recall. Whoops. What happened here? Oh no, we're fine.
厨师、
我希望我是一位厨师。
歇、
Ah! Oh. I took the wrong thing. What? Wait. Oh. What? I thought it was like break up and yeah. So chai.
拆散
Aisha. Okay. That took a bit. What? Oh, it's Hulk. What am I doing? It's Huang, not Shang. Xiang. And
钢笔
我不知道如何使用钢笔。
硕
oh, that's not good. That's so weak.
查询
你可以在网上查询。
It's to search or investigate. I guess we can investigate or something like that.
荒
Hmm.
“无奈
他无奈地看着雨停了。
What?
考毁
Oh, that one's weak. What? Oh. Um. I can't help but. Yes, it is. To have no choice, but yeah, can't help but can't help. Have no choice. Examine, inquire, investigate, or check. Ask. I think ask is fine. The heckin' mouth guard.
赔
The what? Son loss. Wait. Yeah, I don't. What? I'm just gonna go on a limb and say. What? You're in skin. I'm gonna go on a limb. Okay. I don't know.
耳
Legit drawing a blank. This is pretty disappointing. I think this one's pretty disappointing. Oh wait, maybe it's just kidding. I don't know.
王位
继承王位，
Just moving along for now.
劝
Yellow?
搞 零 敌视
他因为不同意见而遭受了同事的敌视。
I need to turn against hostility to be hostile. Also, yeah.
傻 笑
What? Oh. Huh?
坦克
他看过很多坦克的电影。
肤色
你的肤色很漂亮。
震动
火车经过时墙壁会震动。
I got nothing. Criticize. Dang it. Oh no, this is drape over the shoulder thing. Oh my god. This is recent. We knew this was coming, I suppose. I'll have to think about it. What to do.
插图
这本书有很多插图。
What? Oh. What?
自豪，
I don't know what I typed the first time. Oh, that's Ma. We practiced this. Dang it. Oh, this one I got stuck on yesterday. Oh, a little bit.
麻醉，
手术需要使用麻醉。
Man.
批，
We might as well add the thing now. Oh no, I do have something already. It's fine. Gotta get used to it. It's pointing at the sky with the cape draped over his shoulder. And skin. Hmm.
虚荣，
虚荣是不好的。
插嘴，
你可以等一下，别插嘴。
骂，
It's very difficult to know it's Mario. Hmm. No, because it's insulting. Okay.
皮， 违法，
他做了违法的事。
We practice this too.
香肠，
香肠是我最喜欢的早餐食品。
得，散，
Or disperse, but distribute is fine. I think that's fine. Ooh, oh, 讨厌, not 讨厌.
急，
That's records.
意， 讨厌，
我真讨厌这个噪音。
玉，
Oh my gosh, that's not good. Ooh, that's not good. That's very weak.
党，
This one is too. New, but they shouldn't be weak. They're new. Fresh. Fresh in the noggin. Oh, sure. Dang it, sure. What? Oh, y'all. Y'all. Like, what the heck? What incarnation is the water?
纯净水，
纯净水比自来水更干净。
Okay. I mean, I must have overthought it. I thought there was something else. I thought it was something else. I guess not.
负，凭证，
请出示你的凭证。
秒，农舍，
农舍后面有一座小山丘。
咬一口，
咬一口鸡腿。
体罚，
学校禁止体罚。
买主，
他终于找到了一位买主。
A buyer, customer. Okay.
搜救，
他是搜救队的成员。
Son of a.
短裤，
Okay. Today was okay. It was better than yesterday. Okay. Alright. How are today's characters? Li, Cai, Ho, Xian, Dan, Lan, Zhang,吃亏，海域，面貌，分款，My gut's telling me it's poor. Yes, poor. 破碎，破碎。铃声，铃声。门铃，多追，回忆，回忆力，抢眼抢眼前那抢前眼抢要讲抢眼抢眼分字大幅度的可惜补习 so weak. Alright, so Link in the beach house, setting up a glass booby trap. Glass booby trap. I kind of want to take a closer look at the covers over, right? Oops. That's a rock choker at the top. That's fine. Booby trap. And he has a scepter, right? A scepter in hand. Knock him out when they fall into the trap. Casper in the hallway of the high school, trying to use a spade to cut out, make some alterations to a dress. I guess he's violating school dress code, not wearing anything. I think it goes after all. Sure. Tarzan is working in his newly opened bakery, and he needs something from the neighboring armory, right? This neighboring armory is guarded by Slenderman. So instead of stealing something, he offers things in trade now. Where's croissants? Right. Mighty delicious. Okay. Xena is made her way to the bathroom of a pawn shop, where she sees a captive tiger and a bulldog, where there's a kettle. How to kettle. Oh my goodness, how to kettle. Okay. Wait, I don't know what's under the container. What is that under a container? Some horns? What is supposed to be under a kettle? Horn, ground, and stick? Or what is that supposed to be? No, nothing helpful. It just looks like a kettle. Okay, that's fine. We'll use our imagination, I suppose. Okay. So kettle is okay. Kettle, where they're taking donations for the tiger and the dog for whatever reason. Captive animals. It's part of the Xeno world. Why in the bathroom though? No one knows. Neglect. Now we have Dracula making his sneak off into the basement of the pawn shop looking for his next victim, right? It's during the night. Right? Night under the moon. Under the full moon. By the pawn shop by the cliff. Where he noticed he's really hankering for some gallbladder. So he noticed while he's hiding some legs hauled out using his words, right? Trying to get the attention using words. And then bam, with a dagger. Okay. Next we have Legolas, who's been captured and taken to the basement of a pawn shop. He's sold as an elven slave. In the basement, he's being monitored by a jailer, right? How does jailer work? Handgun, ground, squished together with a plate or a net, actually. And then there's also a mystical walking eyeball keeping track. Very Sauron like, actually. Wait, what was Lando? Oh, it's to look at. Let's keep an eye on them. The jailer and the eyeball looking at him. Then we have George Costanza making his way to the bathroom of the chapel where he ran out of toilet paper. So he had to quickly sneak off. Started taking lots of a Chinese miles worth of toilet paper. Where as he's doing that, he bumped into, right? He bumped into one of the priests who's standing guard, and the priest gave him the little finger of disapproval. Alright. It's a situation I could imagine. Let's see. What do we have? We have T for place. T. That's right. Replace. That's a hiccup. Should have known it. A little disappointing. Lee was a little bit weak. Surprisingly weak. Lee for pair. And then D took me by surprise. D is the definitely the weakest of these. D for enemy. And P I kind of saw coming. P is definitely. We even try to get ahead of it to reword it and whatnot. Growing pains. P. It is related to the other P though. Which P was I thinking of? Criticize. Yeah. Alright. It was an okay day. Okay day. Did we talk about something during this? Yeah, we did. Yeah. Conversationalism, right? Speaking in conversationalism. Alright, folks, that's a wrap for our session, our HanziHero session. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try. As always, feel free to stop on by. I always have stories in the back of my hand. Practice, practice, practice. Lots of important topics today. I think the most important topic is to be able to find relatability in shared experiences or shared concepts. Even the lack of shared concepts can be a talking point, in my opinion. And obviously, communication, language, in the broadest sense, communication is a bigger umbrella, in my opinion, than a language itself. But if you were to find that language is the act of expressing something, then that one itself, and doesn't have to be written or spoken, right? It can be seen, it can be felt. There are many ways, and I'm always welcome to exchange ideas, add ideas, and collaborate on ideas. Not necessarily contradict, deconstruct, or substitute, or compete. I think those are things that are not the most conducive to establishing relations and conversing, right? In that regard, you're not really conversing. You're trying to persuade and convince someone of something, or simply tell someone something. I don't believe that is the core or essence of developing communication or conversational skills. It is part of communication, obviously, if you're there just to influence someone or convince someone of something. More than welcome. I invite the opportunity. As always, for those who are only interested in HanziHero, 大家下次见。感谢观看。Right. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, and stretch a little bit, and I'll be back to finish off our P5X 2.0 update. Thank you.